flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Welcome everybody, here we go. We are day number 3 now in Jericoacoara, Brazil, and the aim is to kick things off with the hydrofoil big air men's division. You can see there the drone in the sky. Beautiful morning here in Brazil. The wind is blowing. The riders have just had the skippers meeting, so they're rigged up and ready to go. As you can see there on the left-hand side, the kites are pumped up on the beach. A couple of them are just getting used to the conditions out on the water. But the plan for today is to go with the hydrofoil men. We need about 3 hours and a half, just over, to complete them. And then depending on the conditions, we'll either be shifting our attention and finishing off the men's twin tip division, or we will be going for the men's surfboard big air. All to be decided. We're going to see what the conditions allow. But for now, we're just going to wait until that first heat gets underway. So do not go anywhere. We'll be going on a standby graphic, and very, very shortly we'll be underway with some epic action to follow for the rest of the day.
just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Okay, welcome back everybody as we go into the next heat of this hydrofoil men's big air division. Apologies that there was no commentary on that first heat there. We just had a few technical issues to sort out here for the stream, but hopefully it's all smooth sailing for everyone tuning in at home. Round number 3, heat number 2, Robbie James, Pierre Schneider and Joselito Del Rosario. Fire your questions in with this men's hydrofoil big air discipline. What do you want to know? Obviously, it might be confusing. We're starting from round 3. So just give you guys a little bit of an insider in exactly why that is. We had a rider pull out of the event. We actually had 13 of these riders participating. But then with a rider pulling out, it goes down to 12. And essentially, from round 3 is a Dingle 12 ladder. So we went straight to round 3. Round 1 and round 2 weren't needed because of that pull out that we had. So we kick things off from round number 3. There's no one eliminated just yet, and everyone's going to still have a second chance. So that's how the start of the day has happened. And we see here Joselito from the Dominican Republic opening up his account with a kite loop board off. I know there's a lot of love for Robbie James as well in the stream. Bit of a legend, Robbie. Was over in Silt as well. Didn't have the result he was hoping for in Silt. However, here in Brazil, he'll be looking to better that. Such a nice guy as well. So friendly out there. Back roll, double back roll. And he's straight back up onto the foil. And does manage to keep it as we see Robbie here. Initiates that back rotation. Thought maybe there he was going to actually loop the kite. Nice grab as well. So double back roll for Robbie James. Has a 1 foot as well on that 2.25. Kite loop board off for Joselito's score coming in now. 6.27. So Pierre Schneider here. Left foot forward. Goes up. Back roll. Double back roll. With a loop as well. Pulled the loop a little bit late. Judges will really want to try and see any sort of kite loop pulled in the most critical part of the maneuver, so around here. But you'll see, obviously, Pierre now just pulls that loop a little bit late. However, that is going to be a nice score coming with that double rotation. And a pretty nice landing as well there from Pierre. His partner, Andrea, actually took the title here yesterday morning. And she is the Women's Hydrofoil Big Air World Champion now for 2024. Can Pierre also bring it home? So 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. Exactly the same as how it was yesterday. Joselito now coming in left foot forward. Lovely shot there of the drone. You can see a couple of clouds over there on the horizon, but it's a pretty blue sky out here today. Joselito there, really tough landing. So you can see that doesn't really get a good pop. Going for the handle pass. but not able to grab the bar. Kite loop, late back for Pierre. As you can see here, loops the kite, sorry, Robbie James. Initiates that back loop, back roll rotation, but just over rotates on the way down. Maybe would have been wise to try and commit to that rotation there and actually initiate another rotation. But Pierre Schneider now has a couple of nice scores on the board. Back roll, kite loop, late back. And again, pretty smooth landing there for Pierre. You can see here. Kite, back roll, kite loop with a late back. I think Pierre's got gloves on there. He's got his winter mitts on. So Joselito now crashed that last one. Went for the handle pass. Will we see the same thing again? Plenty of speed coming in here. Really able to gain a lot of speed here on the hydrofoils. Gets that kite up to 12. Takes one, or I think he lost a foot there on the takeoff. And that kite's just falling straight out the sky. Oof. You can see, gets back up onto the foil. So got about 25 knots of wind at the moment, which is pretty nice for these guys on the hydrofoil. They're riding sort of 7-meter kites as well. We're going to see other riders later on in this heat. As Pierre Schneider now currently in first place has a nice smooth landing. Sorry, Robbie James getting the Leica colours mixed up. But a beautiful move there from Robbie. Let's watch this replay. Gets that kite, front roll, loops the kite, big boogie here on the hydrofoil. Spots his landing, very nice there from Robbie James. Judge is going to like that one, I reckon. That's going to be his highest scoring trick as Pierre goes up, kite loop board off. But yeah, lacked a little bit of height there. Didn't really extend the body on the loop. And Joselito now, a couple of crashes on the last. Going right foot forward. Joselito goes up, front roll, contra loop. You see here, gets nice takeoff. You can see actually having to pull up on the line as well to try and get that kite to whip round a little bit faster. So Robbie James now has a nice score of a 5.38 for that kite loop front roll. Very close heat here. Robbie James going for the double rotation. You can see here one, and then goes once again. A little bit of slack in the lines there, just about. And comes down quite heavy. Just needed a little bit more height. Pierre now, only his second event. Kite loop, does get the board off, doesn't extend much though. However, still very technical move there. You watch here, goes up, loops the kite, Gets the board off as well, and then a smooth landing. One thing about Pierre, he has very smooth landings. However, that kite loop board off just on the extension. Not quite there, but it's still going to score. News as well coming in for Baby Shark. He is injured, so he won't be competing in heat number 4 of this hydrofoil division. Leonardo Cassetti, another rider that has pulled out of hydrofoil. So a couple of last-minute exits, unfortunately, for our riders. Leonardo Cassetti and Baby Shark won't be competing here for the big air hydrofoil men's division. Joselito is going to get flagged out. Robbie James now, white flag up. Here we go, right foot forward. Really, really key going right foot forward here. You can use those kickers as Robbie James just going for a board off. Showing the acrobatic skills there. Pierre Schneider now. No loop there, just takes the board off after the rotation. So, Joselito now. 6th trick attempt, then we'll be going into the last round of tricks. Up next, we've also got a very nice looking heat. Baptiste Bourdelou, Hunter Becker and Finn Flugel. So, Joselito now, left foot forwards. Coming in with speed, gets the kite to 12, goes up, loops the kite with the late back. And does have a nice landing there. If you watch here, goes up, pulls the loop a little bit early, doesn't get a lot of height. 4 or 5 meters. So last trick now for Robbie James. Front roll. Pulls the loop as well. And unfortunately, you can see their frustration. Let's just see where that went wrong. So front roll. Goes for the second rotation, then pulls the loop. And just not able to snap round in time. So Pierre Schneider, 2nd place. Kite loop back roll from Joselito was a 5. And there we're seeing just a straight kite loop there for Pierre. A little grab on the way down. So last trick of the heat now, Joselito. Most likely going to remain in 1st place as well. Just Just getting his feet nice and tucked up in the straps there. Starting to engage. Nice kicker here for Joselito. You see, lining up, finds it, front roll with the loop and an additional rotation on the way down, but coming down very heavy there. Crash for him. However, he will go through in first place. Heat number 3 of round number 3 coming up next. So round number 3, heat number 3, Baptiste, Hunter and Finn. They will be up next. Baptiste will be the one jumping first. So nice height there. As we see, just trying to see exactly who that rider is. That's Baptiste. So Hunter Becker coming out of America here, riding that North Kite. So riding toe sides, Hunter Becker. Right foot forward. Takes off. Back roll, kite loop. Nice, with a little tweak as well. Pretty solid landing there from Hunter. Good takeoff, loops it nice at the point. You can see here, just grabs the board as well. Finn Flugel now. Kite loop with the late back. And a very smooth landing as well for Finn. He's one that's competed over on the twin tip big air as well. And here he is competing in the hydrofoil big air. Just absolutely loves competing, Finn. He's also going to be with us next week in Kauipe when we have the freestyle event. One of the best events we have of the year over there in Kauai Lagoon for our freestylers. You can also see the live wind speed at the moment. Take that with a pinch of salt. It's very much up and down. We had Edgar in the booth yesterday just explaining how the sort of wind works here. He was saying that it's not a gusty spot, but it definitely comes in stages between sort of 5 and 10 minutes. You know, for 10 minutes you might have upwards of 25, 30 knots sometimes. And then for another 5 minutes you can have a little bit of a lull in the wind, which is what we're seeing now. Kite loop late back from Baptiste. As you see here, goes up, initiates the rotation with a pretty smooth landing. Seen a couple of kite loop back rolls so far, 5.57 and a 6.07. I see Edgar Ulrich's just tuned into the stream. Edgar, mate, we need you in the stream booth, but I know potentially Edgar's going to be on the water today, so probably getting ready to compete later on, as that is the ideal plan, to have the men's twin tip later on, but also we're going to bring the surfboard men in, as we might be going with those guys as well. So it completely depends on how the conditions go as we enter the afternoon, but at the moment local time is 10:30, waiting for that wind to build. As Finn, second trick attempt now for Finn. He opened up with a kite loop back roll and also lands that one there. So we watch the replay. Gets nice pop, front rotation, loops the kite, and a good amount of travel distance here as well from the youngster. Baptiste now jumping left foot forwards. We see how much of an advantage it is jumping right foot forwards. We're using those kickers to their advantage. As we now have a shot from the drone. And Baptiste just going down a little bit heavy there. So a crash for him. He has a kite loop back roll and a contra loop front roll, which make up his 2 scores. It's 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. So Hunter now, finding a kicker, goes up, just a kite loop there for Hunter. Does tick another family, but you can see here, doesn't really get a little bit much height, a little bit out of control on the way up. So just a straight kite loop there for him. And once again, Finn Flugel has the contra loop front roll and a kite loop back roll, which make up his 11.90 at the moment. As you can see here with the contra loop, as well as the rotations. But yeah, it's Baptiste at the moment who's out in front, 6.30 and a 6.72. Kite loop there for Hunter coming in at a 3. Just push Finn down now into 3rd place, but Finn and Baptiste only have 2 scores counting at the moment. So Baptiste here, you can see 9-meter kite. So he is one of the sort of the heavier riders on tour. Big frame. Doesn't get the takeoff here, just goes for the 1 foot. Yeah, it doesn't look too stoked at the moment out there. You can see doesn't get the clean takeoff. So just opts for the 1 footer. And just missed that one there from Hunter. But you can see again frustrated as he rides toe side. 1 footer. Also rotation. But yeah, just didn't look too happy. So here he is. Third place Finn Flugel. Baptiste now gets that third trick on the scoreboards. But Finn, back roll with a kite loop and a late back. As replay here, he does that lovely first back rotation. Loops the kite and then initiates the the late back roll. So now Hunter Becker, trick attempt number 5. Baptiste, trick attempt number 5. So Baptiste coming in now into the box. But just goes over the front of the boards. He's going to get timed out now if he's not careful. Riders have about 40 seconds to perform each move. So if they don't manage to do a maneuver in the 40 seconds or they take too long picking and choosing when they want to jump, the judges will just give them a no score. But maybe Baptiste is going to have enough time here to get this one in. It's a smooth landing, but I'm just having a look at some of the scores coming down. It might actually be timed out. As we see the front roll kite loop there. But I think maybe just in time of those 40 seconds. So Hunter, back roll. Back roll board off. Finn Flugel now. Back roll. Exactly the same as we saw previously for Finn, and he does land that one this time. Put the brakes on there on the landing. You can see here, goes for the contra. Back roll, contra loop with a late back. And just on landing here, grinds that foil into the sea. As we just missed that trick there from Baptiste, but we'll get a replay on it. So here we go, front roll with the contra loop. And the board off just about, doesn't fully extend the body, but very nice and good to get the board off. However, doesn't land that big butt check, so that last one for Baptiste will go down as a crash. Hunter Becker here, back roll. Just a straight back roll here, a couple of grabs on the way up and down. So Finn Flugel, back roll, kite loop, board off contra loop. As we go into the last final round of tricks, see if I can get a replay on that last move. Last round of tricks now, crash for Finn. And then we're going to be going into heat number 4 of round number 3. So last trick here for Baptiste. Plenty of speed here coming in. Starting to make that kite go up to 12, wants to get it at 12. There you go, back roll, kite loop, back roll again, with the laid back. But not a clean landing as we see here. Gets a good takeoff. Rotates nicely, but where does it go wrong? You can see there, puts the brakes on, but yeah. A lot of weight going back, goes into the drink. Hunter also crashing out. No one gets knocked out just yet. And Hunter just not able to get that ball back under his feet. Last trick now for Finn, who is currently in second place. Goes up, back roll, contra loop. Will that be enough to push Finn into first place? Have to wait for the scores to drop as we see the replay here. Goes to that back roll, contra loop, no added rotation afterwards. But next heat, we're going to be having Charles Bradell and Antoine Rangin. Baby Shark was scheduled to be in the next heat, but he has pulled out due to injury. So here we go, heat round number 3, heat number 4. We do have the graphic there for Baby Shark, but he won't be competing. Antoine and also Charles, those two riders will be in the heat. So just 2 out there at the moment, 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. So blue lycra is Charles Bradell. Really sort of is the man to beat here. Charles Bradell, beautiful kite loop board off there. And straight away raising the bar. As you watch here, looks like he's on a much bigger kite as well than maybe some of the others are taking. And straight away, use that horizon line. We were saying it yesterday, if they sort of get above that horizon line, you know they're starting to jump that little bit higher as Charles Bradell extends the body beautifully there, swings under the kite, and rides the rate perfectly. Kite loop board off there for Charles. Just missed there one from Antoine in and couldn't quite grab the boards on that rotation. So crash for him there. Charles Burdell now. Score to drop as we see Charles Burdell going for the contra loop there. As he starts off with that front roll, pulls on that front hand. Once he takes the board off, and just starting to make it look so easy. Front roll, board off. Does land as well, right away. Very similar to what we saw Charles do just then, but with no loop. Thought maybe there we were going to see a contra loop. So Charles now, right foot forward, gets a nice takeoff, back roll, kite loop, board off. Very nicely executed there from Charles. Current big air hydrofoil world champion. Grabs the board by the strap at the front. Real nice extension as well with the body. Makes it look so effortless as he is scoring big numbers. 8.20, 7.83. And this one's going to be up in the high 8s as well. So, Antonin now has a front roll board off that 5.05 you see on your screens. Going toe side. Nice, showing a nice bit of variety, but crashing out. One thing that we might also see as well is surface tricks. These hydrofoil riders can obviously do surface tricks if the wind is on the lighter side, but judges really wanting to see our competitors go up into the sky, perform proper big air. And Charles Waddell at the moment is miles ahead in 24.66. So front roll, kite loop. Double front roll there. As you see here, gets the first rotation, gets the second rotation. And clearly, you see there, I mean, the first two tricks we see from Charles, oh sorry, the first three, were all going right foot forward. And you see just how much of the difference it makes when you're able to jump right foot forward and use their kickers to their advantage. Tide's actually on the way out, so not sure on the time of low tide, but it will be a sort of early afternoon, coming up to 11 AM now here. But we have some big scores down for Charles. Beautiful shot there from above with the drone. Probably got about 25 knots of wind out there at the moment. As you can see there, max around 25 knots. Currently sitting around 20, but it's very up and down. And Charles now going for his 5th trick attempt. Will that go down as a crash? But we see the back roll with the loop and the board off. So spinning the board by the foil there. Very technical maneuver. And lands it effortlessly as well there from Antonin. Charles Waddell now, left foot forward. Wanted to show a bit of variety. Plenty of speed here, as you can see. Goes up. Front roll, contra loop board off. And a smooth landing as well. Smooth like butter. And just having some fun out there. So last two tricks now. So the tic-tac there from Antonin, 3.77. Contra loop front roll board off from Charles is coming in as well. Last trick of the heat from Charles, 24.86 total score. Plenty of speed here, finding the ramp. Gets it, back roll, kite loop, board off. And the added rotation on the way down. So Charles Waddell, first place. Antonin in seconds. And we're going to carry on with men's hydrofoil big air very shortly.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
So green flag now up in the sky, which means we're going to be getting underway here with Robbie James, Linus Urban, Antonin Rangin and Finn Flugel. 2 riders here advancing through what will be a place in the semi-finals. And kicking things off is going to be white lycra Robbie James. So here we go, Robbie goes up. Just a straight jump there for Robbie. Oh, does decide to take the board off. Bit of a butt check, but that will be a scored trick here. You see, pops up, then goes and takes the board off, grabbing it by the strap at the front there. So Linus now. So going for the first trick. That's a back roll kite loop. And unfortunately not able to ride away from that one cleanly. You can see they're very frustrated. Throws his hands up in the air to say, what the hell's going on here? Yeah, not a clean landing there, unfortunately, for Antonin. And Finn Flugel in the green lycra. Finn there going left foot forward. Goes up just for a kite loop late back. And he's straight back up onto the foil as well. So nice move there for Finn. Loops the kite, initiates the back roll. And we're seeing now Robbie James get into gears after that straight jump that he did to kick things off. And he's really trying to keep on that board there. Big, heavy butt check as we see that front roll rotation. I thought here he's going to ride away straight away. But just that foil just skipping out underneath him. As you can see, that is where we are, down there on the right-hand side, bottom right. The event site here in GKA. You can see their competition area marked out by the buoys. Athlete zone on the left. And we've got a little seating stage there on the right-hand side as well. Tide is changing. And a beautiful day here in Jerry. So Antonin is the next rider to jump. So second trick attempt here. Pops up. That's a kite loop. And it's just a straight kite loop here for Antonin. Obviously crashed the first trick, so just trying to get a score on the board here. Tick a family. And pops straight back up onto the foil. Finn there starting off with a kite loop back roll. That's a 3.83. Goes, obviously this time, rather than going kite loop, goes for the contra loop. But again, similar to what we just saw actually with Robbie James, Finn here going for those double front roll contra. To see how the judges score this actually. Probably going to go down as a crash, however. Did manage to sort of get back to his feet after that little hiccup on the landing. Robbie James is on your screen now. Crashed his second trick, but has a board off. Just scoring that 1.17 at the moment. So pink flag up with the green. That means scores are being reviewed, obviously for Finn there. Most likely what was happening is the judges were deciding whether or not that trick should have been scored. And it would have been all down to that landing of Finn's that we saw. But it's looking like it's going to go down as a crash. So we see here the replay of that last move for Finn, while that pink flag was also up. So Robbie James, nice kite loop leg back. Landed as well. So goes up, initiates the kite loop, follows it nicely with a back roll, puts on the brakes. So Linus here, keep your eye on him because he's probably going to look at maybe going unhooked. Yeah, you can see here. As we watch the replay here, gets a nice amount of pop, passes the bar. But not quite sure what happened here with the kite. As we saw, that will go down as a crash. Kite ripped her out of his hands. And it now goes over to Antonin. We're probably going to see some more handle passes there from Linus, as we are only in trick attempt number 3. This is heat number 4. Sorry, round number 4, heat number 1. So front roll, board off. As you watch the replay here, grabs the board by the tail. And does ride out of that one rather nicely. Finn Flugel now, 3rd trick attempt for him. Front roll with the loop, and does land it there. So Finn's going to improve in that 3.83 that he already has. As he goes here, you see front roll, contra loop. So Robbie James back into the mix. 3.50 for that kite loop back roll. Oh, nice kite angle there for Robbie James. But doesn't ride away. That's a shame there, because that one looked quite nice. Missed it a little bit there switching to the drone, but here you can see gets pulled nicely. But unfortunately for Robbie here, front roll with the loop. And Linus again trying what he tried before, but again crashing out. He's got that freestyle background, but just struggling to execute this trick. As you see here, finds the right kicker, passes the bar, but cannot ride away from it at the moment. That's 4 crashes there for him. Going to start to want to put some scores on the board as Antonin here. Definitely going higher than the rest. Currently in 1st position as well, as we watch the replay. Pops up, takes the board off, and flips the board, as well as taking it off. So nice move there for Anthony. He's going to tick another family there and get a 3rd trick counting. Finn Flugel now. Front roll as well. Loves that move there. But again, struggled on that landing a couple of times there where that foil's just skipped out underneath him. As you see here, gets the front roll, pulls with the backhand this time. But yeah, just can't sink those landings on the last couple of attempts. So Robbie James crashed his last one. He's on trick attempt number 5 now. Front roll with the loop. And the land as well for Robbie James. So that's going to be a third trick counting for him. Most likely pushing himself maybe into second place if he can. So are we going to see the handle pass? Once again going for it. But it's going to be another crash. Got to get those landings synced up more. The judges want to see sort of riding in, riding out. Really fighting the kite there. Kite loop front roll, Robbie James 3.73. Antonin now coming in. Your current heat leader. So back roll, kite loop with an additional late back. And you can see there he's happy with that one. Best move for him so far in this heat. Good amount of height as well. As you watch him here on the replay, gets the pop, takes off nicely, nice back roll. And then initiates that delayed back afterwards as well. And straight back onto the foil. That's going to be rewarded. That will definitely be rewarded. Spots his landing. And it's money, that one. That is money. Kite loop back roll. So Finn Flugel's up next, looking for that green lycra. We have just missed that trick from Finn, actually. So that was a kite loop front roll that he's just done. I can see that on the old tablet now. So 6th trick attempt now. 2 trick attempts remaining for our riders. Front roll with the contra. Double rotation there as well from Robbie James. This is the replay from Finn's last move that we saw. So that kite loop front roll scoring around the 5s. Antonin's kite loop back roll scoring a 6.67. Here's the highlight for Robbie James. We think didn't manage to ride out from that one. So Robbie's going to need to do something now. Linus here has 5 crashes. He's tried that handle pass every time. He's looking like he's wanting to go toe side, actually. Oh no, he's trying to go against it. A little bit of a kicker here. Could do with just getting a score on the board now. Yeah, he's unhooking again. Yeah, you can see he wants to do it. Really bringing in that freestyle background here. Nice to see that little bit of variety, but I do think he's going to be timed out. So Antonin now had a good score on that last move. Highest scoring trick so far on this heat. 6.67. Following this heat, we're going to go into another heat break before we get underway with the semi-finals. Then we go into another heat break, finish the final, and then we will see what Juan Antonio, our race director on site, decides to push with. Will we see the rest of the twin tip division in the men? We've got the semi-finals and final to go there. Or will we see ourselves start with the men's surfboard big air? Antonin couldn't grab the board on that move, so that'll be a crash for him. Finn Flugel now. So coming in left foot forward. Kite loop delayed back there. Nice smooth landing for Finn. What's he going to try and improve? Yeah, he's going to try and improve that kite loop back roll. He knows, yeah, you can see him putting with the backhand. Then the late back. Last round of tricks now for heat number 1 of round number 4. Robbie James here saving the best till last. But just gets pulled out from the straps there. Unfortunately now that means that Robbie James won't be advancing through. Two riders here not going to be making it through at the moment. Well, it's confirmed now that Robbie's crashed out because Linus is completely tricked out. He has no way of getting into second place, even if he was to score a perfect 10. So it's the last trick here. Surely you'd think now that he's going to go for the handle pass again, just to try and at least land one of them. The straight jump of a 0.5 is just dropped for him here, but he needs to try and better that, but unfortunately crashing out on his last trick attempt, number 7. You can see he doesn't get the takeoff and unable to grab the bar. So it's just a battle for first really now. Antonin and Finn. Leading this heat. Last trick attempt. What we're going to see, looking like he wants to take off then. Goes up. Goes for a board off with a double flip. But yeah, you just didn't have enough time to get that board back onto his feet. You can see here, good little takeoff. Gets the board off by the back of the board, flips it round. 1, flips it again using the mast. And is able to just grab that back strap in time. But yeah, but couldn't get that front foot in. If he was able to get that front foot there, he would have nailed that one, I reckon. So Finn Flugel here has a chance to pop up into first, but needs to improve that contra loop front roll. He's gone for it. Let's see if he can land it. He does land it. Be very happy there. So probably, what do we have? 4.63 at the moment. But it will be Finn and Antonin who advance. 10-minute heat break, and we are back with the semi-finals. My mistake there, ladies and gentlemen. We will actually have one more heat number 2 in round number 4 to decide the next 2 semi-finalists. We have Baby Shark obviously not competing due to injury. Hunter Becker is going to be in the mix, though, along with Pierre Schneider and Lorenzo Casati. So Hunter Becker just getting out of that wave there, making it back up onto the foil. He's got to act quickly, though. Back roll kite loop, great way to open. Lands it as well, riding away smoothly. Good start there for him. So just 3 riders in this heat here, not 4. Gets the pop. Nice. Kite loop late back. Pierre Schneider here, hungry to advance through to the semi-finals. Had a podium finish at his first event on the tour in Silt. Don't know if anyone was watching Silt. Let me know if you did watch Silt this year, because we had upwards of like 45 knots. It was a mental event over there in Germany. One to remember. Both Lorenzo and Pierre competed over in Silt. Hunter did not. So Lorenzo Casati here, kite loop late back with the additional rotation on the way down. But just crashed there on the landing, as you see here. Taking it nice and easy. Still has potentially the twin tip big air later on. Wonder if that will be on the back of his mind with how far he potentially wants to push here on the hydrofoil. But knowing Lorenzo, he's going to go all out. He's also going to be on the surfboard big air. So most likely for him, Lorenzo will be hoping that twin tip gets finished later so that he can then focus solely on surfboard later on for tomorrow. Hunter Becker now finding a nice bit of rhythm with that kite loop back roll, opened up of a 4.77. Crash there though, although he did have nice height. Kite loop back roll for Pierre Schneider was a 5.17. As we see here, going for that front roll. Loops the kite nicely, getting a nice amount of height as mentioned. But yeah, just goes over the front on the landing. So Pierre Schneider from Switzerland, riding the duotone up above and the Armstrong down below, and spinning rounds after the loop there. So Pierre, you see, yeah, gets the pop, back roll after the loop, multiple back rotations as well. But it's Lorenzo Casati who just crashed out on his kite loop late back on the first attempt. Maybe going to go and try and do that same thing again. Riding what I believe is a new prototype on the Harlem range. Lorenzo just crashing out again. Going for that kite loop late back. Very well-rounded waterman, Lorenzo. Hunter Becker here, showing a good element of power, actually. Local time now, 11:30. After this heat, we have a 10-minute heat break. We then have our semi-finals, 1 and 2. So there'll be 3 heats remaining after this, because after semis we obviously have the final. Heats are taking, I would say, roughly around 15 minutes with 4 riders. But it all does completely depend on what this wind is doing when we crown our hydrofoil big air men champion. If the wind stays, then we will look at hopefully completing the men's twin tip division. But currently, no call has been made. As soon as I know, though, I will let you guys know what the plan of action is. But we have got all riders coming in about an hour and a half down to the event site, both in the surfboard and the twin tip, and then the call will be made. Casati here, kite loop, late back, followed with a crash. So we now go trick attempt number 4, back to Hunter Becker, 10.47 for him overall. Nice kicker here for Hunter. Finds it. Kite loop late back for him as well. He's got 2 tricks counting. You see here, loops the kite, initiates the rotation, but just, yeah, struggles with that landing. Must be so tough to land on that foil. However, you know, Charles Waddell sure does make it look easy at the moment. I mean, they all do make it look easy. But he definitely at the moment is the man to beat, scoring over 24 points. So, back roll into a kite loop with further back roll rotations. As we see here, goes straight into a back roll, loops the kite, continues 1, 2, so a total of 3 rotations in that maneuver. Lorenzo Casati here. I wonder what's going on at the moment, because he hasn't landed any trick, which is very unlike him. Does look to be taking it rather easy out there. In no sign of any rush to actually go and get this trick down. But here we go, he's coming back into the competition area now. See here Hunter Becker watching closely on as Lorenzo has a nice landing there. Very smooth, that's more like it. That's more like the Lorenzo we know. As you can see here, loops the kite with that backhand, puts in the front roll. Just about keeps it. But I do think the wind has just dropped a little bit. Hunter Becker, just a kite loop there for him. Looking like he wanted to have a late back. So Pierre, 9.38, that's made up of 2 scores. So back roll board off kite loop. You see here, goes for the back roll, gets the board off by the straps, loops the kite. Nice move there from Pierre. That's going to score nicely. It's going to put him into first place for sure. Kite loop front roll from Lorenzo on the last move was a 5.23. Back roll, kite loop there for Lorenzo. And another one landed for him now. He's starting to find his rhythm. Red flag goes up now, Hunter Becker. pushed down now into second place. Might even be pushed down into third place once Lorenzo's score drops. So kite loop, again, just looking to get a kite loop at the moment, Hunter. Yeah, nice bit of height. As you see, back roll into another back roll. So double back roll there for Pierre Schneider. So coming up now into the last round of tricks. Trick attempt number 6. Casati has only 2 tricks counting towards his score. He's now, he's going to have a third now. Thought maybe he might have lost it there, but he was all good. So last round of tricks now for riders, then we go into a 10-minute break. And a nice land there for Hunter Becker because he does need a third trick. So Pierre Schneider, left foot forward. Back roll into another back roll, contra loop. And he does get a good landing there. So Pierre is going to be going 100%. He's going through. Hunter Becker at the moment in second. Lorenzo Casati in third. Always has a smooth landing, Pierre. Always looks very much in control when he comes down. It was exactly the same over in Silt. So Lorenzo Casati here needs a 4.22 to go second. Moment of truth as he goes for a back roll, contra loop. And that's going to do it most likely. I would like to think probably that's going to do it. Not a lot of height though. But we now enter a 10-minute heat break before coming back with the semi-finals of the men.
I just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, so first semi-final, Hunter Becker, Finn Flugel, Alex Soto, and countryman Joselito Del Rosario. First semi-final, top 2 go through. So Hunter Becker here is going to be the first rider to jump. Seven tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. So Hunter on his first trick attempt. Next up, we've got Finn Flugel. Very well-rounded rider, Finn. Very talented, super young. As he goes for the kite loop late back. Nice simple one for him to open things up with. And makes it look very easy as well. Nice one there from Finn. Lovely contra loop. Board off there. He's made the switch over to gong as well on the kites. You see here, board off, contra loop. Yeah, so he's got the gong up above, and he's also riding the Mio boards down below. Joselito now. Cabrina. Looking like he wanted to take off then, but maybe not finding the right kicker. It's a good breeze out there at the moment. I tell you what, Joselito's got to be quick here. Judges, 40 seconds. It goes very fast. And he will have to go here. You can see here, kicker. Goes up, front roll, contra loop. Can he ride away? Yes, he can. Gets a good kicker, pops a little bit early. You can see really having to get that kite to turn nice and fast, hence why he actually gets up on the line itself. So a couple scores dropping. Finn Flugel 5.23, Alex Soto 4.93. Hunter Becker here, back roll kite loop. But just comes down a bit heavy. I like the commitment he shows there on that loop. Gets a nice bit of pull. And Finn Flugel now. Kite loop back roll was a 5.23. You can imagine I'm probably going to see a contra loop of some sort here. Front roll contra, I reckon, is what we're going to have from Finn. Here we go, Finn Flugel, multiple rotations there going forwards, and the contra loop as predicted. So just a reminder that this is the second stop of the year for hydrofoil big air men. Alex Soto, great height there from Alex, that's better there. Adds in that contra loop as well, but does have quite a heavy landing. You can see there, not too happy. As you see, front roll, 1 foot, and the contra loop, with the additional front roll going down. Does spot the landing, but yet unable to execute the last piece of the puzzle there. So crash for Alex. Finn has the contra loop front roll 3.17. That makes up that 8.40 total score. Kite loop late back for Joselito. Doesn't get the height though. And sort of lands on top of a wave as well. So low score coming in for Joselito. Hunter Becker still hasn't had a score just yet. Kite loop, sorry, back roll kite loop. This time manages to stick it. Oh no, but that might go down as a crash. Little nose grab as well. So Finflugel pulls the contra there. Struggled to see the rotations from that angle with the drone. But he's gone, yeah, for a back roll contra loop. That'll be the third family he ticks, so he'll have 3 scores counting. He remains in first place. So Alex Soto now. Front roll, board off, contra loop. Can the kite catch him? Unfortunately not yet. You can see he's not happy at all. Just struggling on those landings at the moment. You see here, gets great pop, goes nice and high, going the highest that we've seen in this heat out of all the 4 riders. And you can see he gets the board off nice, grabs it by the deck itself. Joselito now is going to be jumping. 3rd trick attempt for him. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. So here he comes in that green lycra. He's in 2nd position. Nice smooth landing there for Joselito as well. So might see him bump up actually now into 1st. Back roll kite loop for Hunter. Lands it. So that'll be the score that he was hoping. He's been trying to dial that trick now on his last 3 attempts, so be happy to land it on the 4th. Can start getting some scores on the board now. Finflugel up next. Has a kite loop category, has a contra loop category as well. Playing smart here, Finn. Yeah, he's gone for that front roll rotation as well. Again, I mean, let's look at what he has already. Oh, he's crashed it out. But nonetheless, that contra loop front roll of a 3.17. But that looked like a kite loop front roll there. Alex Soto now. Still managing to get through that. Going left foot forward this time. Kite loop board off. And there we go. Landed trick there for Alex. Gets the board back under his feet. And does ride away from that one. Joselito now. Kite loop. Did the board come off there? But it will be crashed. Ooh, is that going to be crashed? Or not? Yep, that's going to be crashed out. I can see that. So we move on to now 5th trick attempt. Hunter Becker again going for what looked to be the same trick. He already has an interesting move there from Hunter. Oh no, he's gone for the front roll there. Just caught the back end of that trick. So does now tick another family, rides out away from that one. First semi-final here, 2 riders advancing, 2 will be packing the bags. Yeah, you can see here, pink flag is up with the white, so judges just validating scores. So Finn Flugel there, nice smooth landing on his 5th trick attempt. Here we go, gets a nice amount of height, just gets to that horizon line. Alex Soto now, as you see here, the replay of that back roll with the contra loop. Joselito now, right foot forward, going to use his kicker to his advantage, does so with a front roll, kite lip, sorry. And he had a rotation on the way down, but yeah, big crash there for him. So we now move on to the 6th trick attempt for these riders. And we pay our attention onto Hunter Becker here with the white lycra. Nice kicker here ahead. He's got the kite loop front roll and a kite loop back roll. He's gone for the contra loop there. So red flag, Finn Flugel's now 6th trick attempt. Gets the pop, front roll, loops the kite, and does land it there as well. So that will be an advantage. And what does he need? So he needs to try and better his contra loop front roll. That's the lowest score he has at the moment. Do apologise at the moment for the internet. Just been told that the server speed has just gone a little bit slow again. So you might get a few glitchy moments at the moment during the stream, but we're going to be working on it. Try and get that speed back up and running. Obviously we are in the middle of absolutely nowhere here in Brazil on this beach. So we're making it work. So Joselito now, Needs another third trick because he's the only rider at the moment that doesn't have 3 tricks counting. But we now go into the last round of tricks. So last attempt now for Hunter Becker. Back roll, kite loop. Interesting move there because his back roll kite loop is actually his best scoring trick. So what might have been smart there. And here we go, Finn Flugel. Contra loop board off. Alex Soto, last trick attempt there. Again, likes that move there. Putting on the front hand, initiating the contra loop. Big score coming here for him. As you can see here. Front roll, contra loop board off. So here we go, last trick now for Joselito. And he is going to be not advancing. It's going to be Alex Soto and Finn Flugel who go through to the final. Up next we have the second semi-final, which will decide who joins those 2 athletes. So here we go, the next semi-final, Antoine Rangin, Pierre Schneider, Baptiste Boudalou and Charles Brodel. So Pierre Schneider, first trick attempt for him. Kite loop late back. Nicely landed from him. Antoine has a lovely score of a kite loop back roll, scoring in the 7.3 range. Baptiste. Good kite angle there for Baptiste on that loop. But unfortunately crashing out there. Charles Burdell is going to be next up. So, here we go. Charles Burdell, the man to beat. Good height there. Kite loop, board off. Lots of distance cavalled. And you can see why he is the guy to beat at the moment. Just look at that. Great height. Really extends the body there. And efficiently performs that down loop as well. There we go. Really extending. So that's going to be a high 8 there for Charles. I reckon it's going to be in that range. As we see here, Antoine, no loop, but just going for that front roll, board off. Missing the start of that one from Pierre, so we'll watch the replay quickly. But he does land it. Crashed out his first trick, so here we go. What was it? We have a kite loop, late back. And now Baptiste. So here we go, kite loop late back as well. Baptiste jumping left foot forward. Charles here making use of the kickers going right foot forward. But he's now coming in left. And you can see there, just looking down, was told there was a little bit of seaweed out there from one of our riders. And obviously that can have a hindrance on the hydrofoil. So front roll, board off, contra loop. Great travel distance once again. So smooth on the landings every single time. 8.70 for Charles Burdell on his first trick. So stream should be up and running now. Connection should be all good. As we're seeing now, Antonin as well. Landing again. Has a 5.60 front roll board off. Kite loop back roll for a 7.37. Charles Burdell really is putting some big scores down. He's up in the 8s for both of these first two tricks. So there's lots of work to be had for Pierre, Baptiste and Antonin. Although Charles is in second, just wait because he will be going into first. So Pierre Schneider, back roll with the contra loop. So starts off here with the back roll. Does another back roll, then pulls on the front hand. Contra loop is initiated. And it's a nice move there from Pierre. So here we go. Flying the Greek flag. Baptiste goes forward, front roll, loops the kite, and comes out of that one with a good smooth landing there. You can see pulls on that backhand this time. And Charles Waddell, again, look at that kite position, ready, free falling from the sky. But he wasn't very happy with that. Gets to take off, back roll, board off. Obviously loops the kite as well, additional rotation coming down, but for some reason he wasn't very happy by the looks of things on the replay. So Antonin has 3 scores, 7.37, 5.60 and a 4.83. Pops up, back roll, kite loop with a delayed back afterwards as well. Nearly ends up surfing the wave on the landing. But that will go down as a crash. Charles Waddell now has put together the perfect start to heats. He's on 25.66, 8.53 kite loop back roll board off, and pretty much booking his way anyway into the final now with that score. That's going to be a tough one to chase. Pierre Schneider. Oh, kite has not come up and caught him there at all. We shift focus now onto Baptiste, but yeah, as you saw there for Pierre, that kite just didn't return back up to 12 o'clock, so he had to abort, and it'll go down as a crash. He still needs another trick. He's currently in 4th position. Baptiste now front roll, and just the front rolls for him there. Again, ticking a family, so he will get an increase on the score. But Charles Waddell up next now, or has a kite loop board off, has a contra loop front roll board off, and has a kite loop back roll board off. And is miles ahead at the moment. So here we go. Front roll, oh, sort of an inverted front roll there as well. And a nasty crash by the looks of things. Kite's falling out the sky, as you can see. And once again, we're just going through a little bit of a glitch in the internet. We try and get this all good for your final, because after this we're going to be doing a heat. So here we go, Antonin. 5th trick attempt. And he lands that one, but again, doesn't look too happy. Has the 3 tricks scoring. Pierre Schneider, back roll, board off, with the loop as well. Catches him that time, but again, Not able to get the landing. So still has that third trick missing, Pierre. Grabs the board by the strap. So Baptiste now. Coming in left foot forward with speed. Also looking for that third trick. Back roll. With another back roll, loops the kite. Ah, and a shame there for Baptiste, looking like he's in control. You can see he's absolutely fuming. Pops up. Double back roll, kite loop. And it looked like he had it. But just there, yeah, on the landing. So crash for him. So here we go. Charles Waddell, 25.66. Here we go. Front roll with the board off. Contra loop. But lands on the wave. You can see, yeah, he's pretty annoyed with that. Just bad luck there with that landing. You can see here, spots his landing and just gets caught up in the wave there. Shows his frustration. And Antonin here in second place with a 17.80. He's actually putting quite a good heat together at the moment. That's built up from his first three scores, actually. However, that one was very nice. Pierre Schneider now, a little bit of work to do. So, back roll. Oh, he's done it again. He's gone for that trick, and he's landed it this time. Third time lucky for Pierre. That's going to be the score he was missing. Needs an 8.65 to go into second. Gets the ball back on his feet. Ticking off the Contraloop family. He does have a Contraloop there. Contraloop back roll, 4.43. This one's going to be around the 6s or mid-5s. Baptiste now very annoyed that he crashed his last trick, so hopefully we'll be looking to amend those. A Contraloop back roll board off is coming in for Pierre. Good kicker here for Baptiste. He's going to make use of it. He goes up, front roll. Kicks the board away. Oof, and nearly ends up falling into his board. Only has one more now attempt to get that third trick. He's going to need to be up in the 7s as well, because he's 7.19 a point away from second place. Pierre Schneider still has a very good chance. He only needs 2.32 in addition to what he already has to go into second place. This guy on your screen, Charles Bedell, he's going to be going through pretty much because he's on 25.66. And every rider at the moment, I mean, Baptiste needs some big scores on this last move. Charles here just showing why he's in that first position with that front roll. Loops the kite, another front rotation as well. Nice grab as well. Look how long he holds that grab for before spotting the landing and straight back on the foil. Very nice style there. So last round of tricks before we go into that heat break and then commence with the final. And I believe that Charles Waddell also might have a chance of getting the world title. He obviously had the event win in Silt, so he has those points already. And a top result here would obviously put the icing on the cake for him. Antonin, last trick attempt for him. He's currently in second place. Going for that flip again that he did before, but not able to grab the mast properly there. So he has sort of left the door a little bit open for both Baptiste and Pierre. Charles is going to be going through. That's already confirmed because Pierre Schneider can't get into first place. He's over 10 points behind Charles. So Pierre Schneider now in third place, currently not going into the final, but it all comes down to this move here. Back roll. Kite loop with another back roll. Does land it as well. So this is going to be interesting here. He's going to be looking to get rid of that 4.73. Tries to get the little grab at the end as well. This might just be enough to knock out Antonin. But again, Baptiste here, he needs to be up in the sevens. Front roll with the loop, another front roll. And a crash for Baptiste. He's not very happy there. But it's going to be interesting for Pierre. Waiting for scores to drop. So Charles is through. At the moment it's Antonin. Keep your eyes on the score. Pierre Schneider. I say that and then they disappear. And Charles Brodel just having fun out there. So smooth with it every time. 2 crashes for him on his 7, but just look at this. We go back roll into the loop, board off, another couple of rotations, and straight up onto the foil. Waiting for the last score to drop for Pierre Schneider. Still, judges haven't come in.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Here we go, men's big air hydrofoil final here in Brazil. Antoine Rangin, Finn Flugel, Alex Soto, and Charles Brodell. Going to be jumping in that order. And we're now going to be looking and seeing who is going to win the event here. So here we go, Antoine Rangin. Goes up, back roll, kite loop. Nice bit of height there as well. Good amount of hang time. Pretty much straight back up. Come on. Lovely sort of fluid motion there on that move up. Nice and clean. And obviously lands as well. Doesn't go straight back up onto the floor like I originally thought. But now Finn Flugel goes up. Doesn't get the takeoff he wants, but he manages to get that kite loop late back in. And that's a landed trick for Finn. Blue flag now goes up. Alex Soto is going to be the next rider to jump. As you can see here, going right foot forward. Nice looking kicker here. Goes up. Contra loop, board off. Nice there from Alex. You can see here, grabs the board, pulls on the front hand. Knows exactly where the kite is. And now following Charles Brodell. So here we go. Going right foot forward. Plenty of speed. Kicker here ahead. Goes up. Kite loop board off. With plenty of control as well. Doesn't get that full extension like he did before in the last couple of them. You really see him spread out. But nonetheless, very nice opening move there for Charles. All riders there landing their first tricks. Antonin now. Kite loop back roll 6.87 is what he opened up with. And just another little crash in the internet at the moment. I know it's a bit glitchy for you guys as we see the front roll board off here. Kite loop. And then initiates another rotation. Alex now, good kicker. Nice one on the horizon. Here we go. Goes up, front roll, board off, contra loop. And that's nice. Yeah, he was happy with that one. You can see there. Contra loop front roll. Finn is coming in as well. Good kicker there for Alex. Gets the board off. You can see there. Puts it back on. Initiates the loop. Kite loop board off from Charles is a 7.08. You can see here again going on the inside now. Front roll. Contra loop board off. And Antonin now just going for a board off there. 8 attempts now we have for the final, not 7. We've gone up an attempt. So Finn Flugel, back roll, and really having to pull up on the line there. And Alex Soto again, tough to see from that angle. But here we go, so he goes for the board off, kite loop board off. Currently in the lead we have Charles Brodell. So waiting for scores to drop. As you can see at the moment Finn Flugel's in first place. But he obviously is the only rider that has those 3 tricks counting to his score. So Charles now up on the foil. As we see the replay here for Alex Soto with that kite loop board off. So Charles Brodell, 3rd trick attempt. Nice kicker here. Takes it, back roll. Kite loop board off. Good distance covered as well. And he'll be happy with that. Good extension on the legs. So now 4th trick attempts for our riders. There's a really nice score coming in for Charles, which is now on your screen. That 8.25 just dropped for the kite loop back roll board off. White flag now. Antonin going up, back roll, kite loop with a late back. But crashes out. As you can see, he is fuming as well. You can see here, initiates the back roll, loops the kite, and continues the rotation. But just losing it at the end. Yeah, you can see straight away slapping the water. So Finn Flugel, 3rd place at the moment for him. Going for that contra loop as well. And a very nice landing there from Finn. Super smooth there. As we go for the back roll, contra loop with another back roll. And what I really like about this is he's straight back up on the foil. Back roll, pulls the front hand. You can see really getting high on the line. And then a rewind. Very nice there from Finn. And just missed there Alex's trick, but it's a back roll, board off with a contra loop. So Charles now current heat leader. Probably going to see a contra loop. He likes to do his contras coming this way. As you see, yes, so that's a contra, obviously a front roll board off as well. Seems pretty happy with that one. Front roll, Contra loop extension as well. And a nice smooth landing. Very nice score there from Charles. That could be one of the highest tricks that we've seen him do so far today. Kite loop. Oh, sorry, not a kite loop. A board flip. I was expecting him to pull on that backhand then. But here we see, pops up, takes that 1 foot out, flips the old board around. And smooth landing where Finn, just missing the front of that one, but I believe a front roll contra loop there for Finn. And a nice exit as well. Starting to really dice it up now, Finn Flugel, as we see here. Yeah, he's really pulling up on the line. And straight up onto the foil. Soto here on the inside. First time for him jumping left foot forward. And he is currently in second place. Charles Waddell now with a 9.13. Contra loop front roll board off. And Antonin here. That was the old board flip that we saw. Well executed there, but that 9.13 from Charles Waddell has pushed him further in the lead. Second place is still very much up for grabs. I mean, even first still, but the riders now. So Charles Waddell, right foot forward, goes up, back roll, board off with the kite loop. Oh, and manages to nearly stick the landing. You can see just a bit out of control after the loop. So there we go, the board comes off, loops the kite. Still keeps that board off at the critical moment. But unfortunately, yeah, as you see, crashes out on the landing. So first crash for Charles in the final here. And a great jump here from Antonin. Can he land that? Big shame, because considering that was a left foot forward jump, he really did get a good height. Good angle as well on that kite loop. So we watch here, yanking the backhand, good amount of pull. Finn Flugel now, kite loop late back. And manages to land it as well. You can see, little fist pump there. He's really putting a nice heat together, Finn. Very smart riding from the youngster. Alex Soto, second place at the moment with 19.50, looking and hunting for that kicker. Here we go, pops, front roll, with the contra loop as well. And a very smooth landing from Alex there. Not a crazy amount of height, considering the kicker was there as well. You can see there Joselito on the left. Alex and Joselito both from the Dominican Republic. So, So still waiting for that pink flag to go down. As you can see, that's why Charles is just sort of chilling. But now we have right foot forward. Very nice there from Charles. Back roll with the board off and then the loop. So coming towards the last stages now of this heat. Signals hopefully now back up and running. I've got the stream here open on my left hand side as well, and it looks to be running smoother, which is always good to see. So hopefully it stays like that. Keep your fingers crossed. I certainly am here in the booth. So let's see if it holds. But it's good timing because now we're in the back end of this heat and it's going to get juicy. Still points to be had. Movement to be made. So, Alex Soto, 7th trick attempt now. Oh, look at that. We're even able to give you the old double screen now. It's running that smoothly. Maybe we'll get a little triple one in there as well. So, Alex must be just waiting for his flag on the beach. Okay, Alex Soto now, 7th trick attempt, sorry. Right foot forward, pops, front roll. Oh no, that's looking nasty for Alex. That is a huge crash there for him. Didn't get the right takeoff, went to go and pass the bar, but unfortunately for him, really nasty crash here. Didn't kick the board off. Ouch. Good to see he's okay though. That was a nasty one. Charles Bedell now, 7th trick attempt. Alex, I do believe is all good. Yep, there he is, up on his, up on the foil. So Charles Bedell, kite loop, board off, and landed. So last round of tricks now. Here we go. So if things stand, it will be Charles Bedell who takes the event win and now the World Championship for 2024. Antoine here, can he land this last move? Yes, he can. Very smooth landing there. He is in 4th position. He's a 1.99 to go into second, sorry. Board off with the flip. Just about grabs that strap at the back there. And waiting for scores to drop for that. Finn Flugel goes up. Kite loop late back. Needs to land this. And unfortunately for Finn, doesn't do so. Antoine now. I believe isn't going to be able to get into second either with his trick. Alex Soto here going for that contra loop with the rotation as well. But that's not going to be enough. So pretty much now waiting for that last final score to come in for Alex, but it's looking like Charles Bedell has once again taken the World Championship for 2024. 5.5 for Antonin came in. And Charles Bedell, kite loop board off, and he's loving it out there, stretching the legs, tweaking it out, kicking around up there, and he knows that is the nail in the coffin. Contra loop back roll from Alex Soto, scored high, but it's not enough, so it's going to be Charles Bedell, who is your new, I say new, but he was the last year's as well. He is now the 2024 hydrofoil big air men's world champion once again, and continues to dominate in the hydrofoil discipline. And a big well done to Charles for not only taking the event win here in Brazil, but also the 2024 World Championship. And there you have Charles Bedell with the country flag, event and world champion, right there on your screen. Charles Bedell, a feeling that he knows and is so familiar with. And there he is, world champion for 2024, Charles Bedell. And we now will be moving over to either surfboard or twin tip. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to go and pop out of the booth, try and find out which discipline we're going to be pushing forward as we continue here on this next day in Jericoacoara.
just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, here we go. Men's big air surfboard. Round 1, heat number 1. Logan, Lorenzo, and Javier. Those are going to be the riders in this next heat. So the plan of action is to continue with the men's surfboard until maybe the wind really starts to pump through, and then we can go over to the men's twin tip. We only have 3 heats in the men's twin tip remaining, the semi-finals and the final. But as you can see with the wind reader on your bottom left-hand side, we're not quite up at 30 knots at the moment. And at the moment in these early rounds, no one's eliminated for the round number 1 of the men's surfboard. So the team have decided to push with the surfboard for the early rounds. And then we will see how it looks as we go into the later stages of the afternoon. We know for a fact in Brazil that the wind does come through later on in the afternoon, so we know that around maybe 3-4 o'clock hopefully it gets a little bit stronger. We saw it yesterday in the women's twin tip final. Epic action we had yesterday in the women's twin tip. Let me know if you were tuning in for that. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about that being the best final ever in the women's big air twin tip. So hopefully we can have some similar conditions this afternoon. You can see now it's just starting to creep up a little bit of the wind, but take it with a pinch of salt, because it's, you know, 1 minute it can be up towards 30 knots, 27 as it is now, and then the other we could see, you know, all the way back down to 20 knots. But we're going to push with these early rounds of the surfboard. And just going to bring up some of the judging criteria and what to expect. Obviously there's a familiar face that we know, Lorenzo Casati. Interesting here, he's obviously competing in every discipline that we have in GKA. He's done the hydrofoil big air. He is now competing on the surfboard big air, and then he will be also in the semi-finals for the men's twin tip. So interesting to see sort of what his approach is going forwards. Javier Lopez, replay here. grabs the board. Just the front roll there. Okay, so exactly the same as the twin tip. We're going to be having 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. And yeah, you see Lorenzo Casati. And now scores up. So exactly the same as how the twin tip division has been running in regards to attempts and tricks counting. You can see here, nice kite loop there. So just going to bring up the ranking list as well from last big air event we had on the surfboard was in Tarifa. James Carew taking the title there. He's also one of the riders in the fleet for this division. So just sorting a few technical points here, making sure that stream is nice and steady for you. Should be all good at the moment, as we see back roll, no loop there. Javier resides over in Tarifa. As you see here, back roll, nice little spin there. And lands rather nice. You can see there just grabbing his hand on the line there just to redirect that kite. As we now have Logan currently with a 3.9, sorry, for that back roll flip. So here we go, Logan, 4th trick attempt. Gets the pop. And went for the shove, went for the front roll there. Casati now. Second rider to jump. He has a kite loop back roll board off and a kite loop board off, accumulating to his scores. So quite a few riders now in the premises on site. So because we had the skippers meeting with both the twin tip and the surfboard riders before we commenced here. Back roll for Casati, double back roll, board off. So hopefully now with all the riders here, we can start to get some of them in the booth as well. I know lots of you wanting Mika. Haven't seen Mika just yet. But Javier Lopez Martin now has a front roll rodeo over 5.47, which you see on your screen. There's also a score dropping for his back roll board off performed on the previous move. Here we go. Kite loop, board off. Obviously the big difference here between riding a twin tip and on the surfboard is that they're not using any straps. So the judging criteria is very similar to the twin tip, but there is alterations because of obviously the fact that there is no handle on the board to grab it when they go up in the air. And obviously twin tip, they can grab the fins by taking the board off as well, not just the handle, but you know, on a surfboard you only have the 3 at the back. Heavy landing there for Logan. Very hard to give you a time of what time the semi-finals of the twin tip is scheduled. It completely depends on how this goes. I mean, for example, we could finish round 1 of the men's surfboard and all of a sudden the wind could be absolutely on and then we switch over to men's twin tip and finish it off. Or vice versa. Wind could sort of stay at a steady sort of 25 to 30 as it is now, and we do the early rounds of the men's surfboard. And then maybe like yesterday we get the stronger winds just before sunset. So lots of possibilities and lots of flexibility to be happened, but I'll try and keep you guys in the loop as much as possible. As we see Casati here just going up nicely. Smooth landing. He already had 3 scores, counting a back roll board off, a kite loop back roll board off, and a kite loop board off. You see here, skips up with the back roll. Showing nice technical maneuvers there with the spin. So back roll, there's the spin as well, with the added early rounds here for day number 4, or Jericho Choir, GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. And this is the first round number 1, heat number 1 of the Big Air Surfboard division. We have now crowned another champion in Charles Waddell for the men's hydrofoil. We obviously have the women's twin tip Big Air yesterday with Mikaeli Sol. And we also did the women's Big Air hydrofoil with Andrea Zust. So 3 champions crowned, 2 to go. And it's now just the men. You can see there on the left-hand side. Looks like maybe Leonardo there, Casati's brother. So here we go, Lorenzo on the Harlem Kite. Looks like a new one as well. Back roll. Thought maybe going for the loop there, but I think actually it's on a little bit of a lighter side. They're also doing their tricks very close to the shore. You see here, back roll and flips the board. And manages to tuck that board underneath his feet just in time. And we're seeing the spins there from Javier. Logan timed out on that last one. Lorenzo having a score coming in, I believe, will up himself on what the current 13.63. Javier, however, is your current heat leader. Logan here. Can't just grab that board. As you can see, that's current heat leader there, Javier. So, Lorenzo Casati, 7th trick attempt. Last trick attempt here before we go into the second heat. Loading up the ladders now in front of me to see who we've got coming up next as we watch Lorenzo coming in, left foot forward. Goes for the pop, front roll with the loop as well and the board off. But yeah, doesn't maybe seem to be enough wind at the moment. Obviously the riders aren't going very high. So 4 heats in round 1, then we obviously go to round 2, essentially the round where second and third place battle it out from this round. That's nice there from Javier, continuing those forward rotations with the rodeo as well. As you see here, goes, sticks the ball in the feet and then initiates those front rolls with an added rotation as we see him come down. Spot the landing. But just couldn't stay on top of the board there. Up next, we're going to be seeing Tim Sermon, Leonardo Casati, and Keanu Mertin. Let's hope that Leonardo Casati will be competing. He looked like he was pretty much ready to go on the beach there, caddying for his brother, but did pull out of the hydrofoil this morning. But Logan now. Looks like Ryder's actually having 8 trick attempts. Just going to get some confirmation on that. So Lorenzo Casati now. Lorenzo going right foot forward, back roll, contra loop board off. So we will remain in second place with Javier Lopez Martin in first. And here he is, your current heat leader. Nice loop there, but yeah, Kite didn't catch him on the way down. So that'll be a crash there for Javier and the end of the heat. Up next, we're going to be having heat number 2 of round number 1. My mistake, I've just been updated actually that we're going to be going 9 attempts for counting. So that's been switched up since when I was last informed. So there we go. And in the final, it'll be 10 attempts. So 9 attempts. I believe due just to that wind being maybe on the lighter side. Riders are just being allowed to have a little bit more flexibility in regards to the tricks. Casati now locked and loaded, coming into the shallows, goes up. And unfortunately doesn't land there. Didn't quite get enough height there as we see front roll rodeo. And then the spin of the boards. And just missing the start of that one there from Javier, but very clean landing. You can see he enjoyed that one. Good start here for Javier. Could be going through straight into round number 3. Perfect kick up. Front roll rodeo. Traveling a nice bit of distance. Double front roll. And heat number 2 coming up next. Round number 1, heat number 2, Tim Sermon, Leonardo Casati and Keanu Merton going for their first tricks any second now. Tim Sermon there, white light is going to be kicking things off. So, Tim now coming in, left foot forward. Goes for, oof, nasty landing there. So definitely doesn't look to be enough wind at the moment just to get those heights, high jumps. So maybe riders opting for more of the technical spins and flips. Back roll. Back roll with a grab of the board there for Leonardo. And Keanu Merton now. Now, this guy's a rider that really has impressed me over the last couple of days. We've seen him training a lot. He's been really riding very well, Keanu Merton. Trains a lot and lives in Tarifa. As you can see here, front roll, double front roll with the flip of the boards. Very smooth and stylish there. And Tim now waiting for his flag to be raised. Left foot forward, Tim. Yeah, just a front roll there for him. So definitely more of a freestyle-y start to these heats at the moment. There we go. Back roll. Little flip of the board. So we see there the back roll, initiating with the spin as well. A flip. But unfortunately, yeah, couldn't get the board back under his feet. So Leonardo Casati is obviously competing now. He didn't compete over in hydrofoil big air for whatever reason. Tides are a little bit on the low side at the moment here. But it's about just gone past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Keanu Merton now going right foot forward, gets the kicker. Plenty of distance travelling downwind. As we watch the replay here, so finds the wave, pops up nicely. Rodeo initiates that front roll with another one backing it up. Nice and smooth. And Tim there, I mean, tough to land those when they don't necessarily have the height. As he was trying there to do that back roll kite loop. So Leonardo Casati now, 2.90 just for one trick scored. Here he is again, spinning the board plenty of times there. So scores dropping now for Leonardo as we see the back roll with the board spins. Also competed in silt. And we see a crash there for Keanu for whatever he attempted. Replay shows us that he's gone up for a kite loop board off. Just not able to ride out of that landing. So Tim Sermon now. 4th trick attempt. Turns around. And again decides to turn around. So he's going to choose to opt right foot forward. Couple nice kickers here lining up for Tim. Can he make use of them? He's got to go soon, otherwise he's going to be timed out. They've only got 40 seconds to deliver their tricks. And Tim goes up for a back roll. And it's there, it's a scored trick. So obviously got the front roll for a 2.6. He's now got the additional back roll. But was running out of a little bit of time there. Leonardo Casati losing the board on the way up there. So again, another crash for him. He does have that back roll tic-tac though, which is a 5. Bang on the money. But blue now, like Lycra, is Keanu Merton. So Keanu now firing through this with a 10.76, opening up with 2 good scores. Goes up, Rodeo kite loop. And he surfs out of that one nicely. You can see there just keeping an eye on that kite. Hopefully that kite didn't end up in the water. But you can just see lot of slack in the lines there. But I don't think it did crash in the water. But next up we have Tim. Trick attempt number 5. So Tim now still has another trick that can count. Another 2 tricks, in fact, that can count. 9 attempts, 4 count. So you can see there, kite loop board off. But again, needing more height. So Leonardo now gets that more height, opts out of looping the kite, but again just struggling a little bit to link all the pieces of the puzzle together at the moment. He's on 7.90. As he makes his way back out to the beach now, Keanu, blue lycra, current heat leader. So here we go, Keanu. Can you use those kickers? Yes, he is. And Keanu, 10.76. There he goes. You can see really yanking on that hand. Getting tension in the lines. Trying to ride away smoothly as we go now to Tim. So trick attempt number 6 for Tim. Goes for a back roll kite loop. And that's what we can see from above. Next jumping will be Leonardo Casati. Leonardo here. And as we watch the replay, pops up, front roll, with the spin of the boards. Kite loop board off for Keanu, scored a 6. And it looks like Keanu maybe wants to change his kite. He's definitely coming in for something. I wonder why Keanu's come in. Oh, currently score validating. And there we have the move from Keanu. Ooh, nice little board spin. Tim struggled there to get that ball back under his feet sooner. So crash there for Tim. Front roll rodeo for Leonardo Casati. Score still needs to drop, but that's going to be a 3rd trick attempt counting for him. Might actually bump himself up into first place after this one. So here he is, Leonardo Casati. You can see now still in second place. Pops up. Kite loop board off. Yeah, manages to get the ball back under his feet. But let's have a look, because Keanu does have a kite loop board off of a 6. And it was a little bit bigger than that. You can see here, pulls on that backhand. And is able to just simply throw that board underneath his feet and ride away. Keanu Merton is enjoying his time out there. He is in the rider in first place. Front roll. That board just glued to his feet. And shift focuses back to Tim Sermon. Kite loop board off from Tim there. A little bit higher than the one we saw from Leonardo, but not as high as the one we saw from Keanu. Leonardo Casati has a 4.5 now for that kite loop board off. Keanu has another score coming for that front roll we saw as well. Casati, that's a little bit nicer, but again, just the height there for these riders actually causing them a few issues at the moment, because they're not, you know, the kite doesn't have enough time to allow them to swing under. So coming up now into towards the final trick attempts. This is going to be trick attempt number 8 for Keanu, and then they've all got one more left. Kicker, that's nice. Front roll rodeo, double front roll with a board spin. Covered some nice distance as well there, Keanu. Gets a decent takeoff here. Sticks the ball between the feet. 1, 2, then goes to the board spin. There he goes. You can see always looking at where he wants to go. Final tricks, round of tricks now. Tim needs, he's not going to be able to get into second place. He's only got the 2.6 and the 2.67. Four tricks count of a total of 9 attempts. Red flag now for Leonardo Casati. Getting more height there, and you can see just toying with that surfboard out there. $22.64 for Keanu, 16.97 for Leonardo. Maybe that last trick there from Leonardo is going to edge himself into first place, but Keanu here, back roll, board off, kite loop. And just about manages to ride away there. It looked like a heavy landing on the knees. You can see here, loops the kite, board off. And pretty heavy there on the landing, but very skilled to be able to ride away from that one. So there we have it. That's the end of that heat. Confirmation of who will be going through straight to round 3 to follow shortly. Up next, heat number 3 of round number 1. Okay, so we're back now with heat number 3 of round number 1. Gray Foster, Noah Nicholas and Camille Delanois. Those are going to be the 3 riders here. Noah Nicholas there from Tarifa. He's the youth world champion as well in this discipline. Won that earlier on in the year over in Tarifa. Actually did the old double, won it back to back with the previous year as well. So very talented young rider here. Coming in left foot forwards. As you can see there on quite a big kite as well. So I do have to admit at the moment the breeze is slightly on the lighter side. But we are in the early rounds. No one's going to be, let's say, losing or going home if they do come in second or third in round 1. They do get another chance. 40 seconds to perform each trick. 9 attempts, 4 counts. So back roll here from Noah with a spin. Decent height there as well. I mean, we've got to sort of use it as a comparison to what we've seen already on the water. And actually, believe it or not, that jump there from Noah was one of the higher ones we've seen in these earlier heats. That was also going left foot forward, but this one looks a little bit nicer here. Kite loop, board off. There's one guy competing at his home spot, Camille Delanois. Actually stopped competing in 2024. Followed the Kite Wave Tour in previous years, but actually 2024 decided to take a year out. But obviously this big air spot being a one event hit for the title and just around the corner from home, yeah, why not fancy your chances and get back in the competition spirit? As we now have Gray Foster coming out of America. So Camille now has that kite loop tic-tac for a 6.77. Back roll tic-tac for Noah was the 4.87. Gray Foster has 2 tricks counting. There we see Camille heavy landing. I think Edgar explained it brilliantly yesterday. It's not lofty winds. So although it is, you know, believe it or not, around 25 knots, it's not very lofty wind, and you're sort of seeing that on some of these landings where the riders are not, well, they're not getting that lift that they're really hoping for. But Gray Foster is making the best of what there is at the moment. So Noah Nicholas now looking a little bit more locked and loaded here, going right foot forward using the kickers. Nice little bit of swell there to use as he goes up. That's nice there from Noah. But not able to come out of the land smoothly there. Back roll, loops the kite with the backhand there. Spots his landing, but yeah, big butt check. So Camille now. Again. Right foot forward. Doesn't fancy it. You can see him just sort of looking around. Has a great freestyle background as well on a surfboard. So we'll probably start to incorporate some of that as well in these early rounds. But now fishing for the next kicker. Coming in with pretty much a lot of power. Kite's going up to 12. Pulls it in. Back roll, kite loop, board off. Does manage to also land that one as well. You can see here, gets the back roll, kite loop, board comes off. Feels weird saying that sometimes on surfboards when they actually don't have any straps. But we do refer to it as a board off. Gray doing exactly the same there as Camille. Big butt check. Also not, let's say, not as extended with the body. Keeps the board on, the board's still on. Oh, his little tootsies come off there. But yeah, big butt check. So the score is going to be nice and low. Tell you what, these riders are getting in sync now. So Camille there, you can see their family on the right. His sister, Capucine, won the world title for kitesurf just a couple of weeks ago over in Iberquera. You can see their tide's on the low side, but it is on the way up. Camille Denoir now. Needs this to get that third trick counting as well, and then he'll have another chance at another trick. But the kite loop back roll board off of a 4.77 has just been confirmed. Gray Foster has a 2.33 for his kite loop back roll board off. And Camille here, as you see, goes for the front roll, Board spin as well, sort of in Uno reverse. And back roll, kite loop, and the board has most definitely gone off there. Crash there for Gray. That's the first one that he's done so far in the heats. He's landed all 4 of his tricks before that. But we're on trick attempt number 5 now, so halfway mark. Noah Nicholas. Just see looking over his shoulder, waiting for the flag to go up. Front roll tic-tac from Camille is a 6.20. Nice score there for him. Puts him up into first place. So Noah now, right foot forward. Here he goes. Plenty of speed. Couple of nice kickers on the horizon there. There we go. Nice one here. Decides against it. Goes to the one behind. That's nice. Front roll rodeo with a loop. As you see here, goes up, sticks the ball between the legs. Initiates that forward rotation. And has the loop here. So you see here, pulling up actually on the line itself. Trying to get that kite to turn a little bit faster. Camille now, up back roll with a board flip. Board spin, sorry. And there we go, showing control throughout the maneuver. As he is on 17.74. Noah is just a slither behind, and also Gray in third place. Gray's coming in, not sure why. But Noah now, right foot forward, trick attempt number 6 we're on. You can see there he's just twisted his lines. So Noah now right foot forward. Got to act quick though, because that 40 seconds is going to be up. He's going to get timed out here. If he's not careful, he has to go now. He has to go on this tack. Yeah, you can see there he's given up. He's been timed out. So that's what happens. Take too long out there, deciding when you want to jump. Kite loop, back roll, board off there from Camille. But just not able to get that board back under his feet and ride away. Because that would have been nice, actually. This is the replay from Gray that we saw. With that 1, 2, double front roll. And then Camille here just coming down pretty hard, unfortunately. So trick attempt number 7, 3 left. Live here now in GKA, Brazil. 2:30 in the afternoon. You can see not a cloud in the sky, beautiful sunshine, good wind. Board shorts weather, board shorts and bikinis, coconuts and acai. Here we go, kite loop board off. Oh, there, nicely done. That will tick another family for him. See here, gets a little bit of a pull. And rides away smoothly. Camille now. Gray Foster had a crash on his 7th trick attempt. Obviously Noah landing that kite loop board off. Back roll, kite loop board off, going for it again, this time landing it. He knows he's got to improve it because that's his lowest score, 4.77. He's on 22.84 at the moment as a combined heats total. But Noah here is dropping a nice score. I think he's going to edge Camille. So, Gray Foster now, trick attempt number 8. There it is, quite into the shallows though, Gray. Will be deducted points there because of that landing as we see him go up with the back roll, flips the board twice. You can see here Noah waiting for that flag to go. Doesn't want to make the same mistake as he did a couple of tricks ago. Back roll, kite loop board off. That's nice there from Noah. Yep, he'll be pleased with that one. The highest one we've seen so far. Gets a decent amount of height here, you can see there. Pulls a loop at a nice moment as well. Camille now, trick attempt number 8. So Gray Foster, last trick attempt now, and then we're going to be finishing the heat. Okay, so last trick attempt now. As the white flag goes up. So here we go, Gray Foster. Kite loop board off with a flip. So Noah Nicholas now, current heat leader, 26.13, has a kite loop backroll ball off of a 7.07, so that's the highest scoring trick that we've seen so far today for this division. He goes again and loses the ball, unfortunately. So Camille now needs to get a 2.40 in addition to what he already has to go through straight to round 3 and not battle it out in round number 2. So let's wait and see. Here we go, blue flag, last trick of the heat. And then we'll be having the last heat, number 4 of round number 1. So here we go, Camille. He's got to go soon before he gets timed out. Yeah, so he's got to go on this tack now. Here we go. He's got to go quickly. Here we go, back roll now. It's not going to happen. So Noah Nicholas is going to be the one that goes straight through to round number 3. Heat number 4 up next.
This is a dream come true.
So round number 1, heat number 4, Wellington Silva, Louis Gossart and James Carew. Those are the next riders up in this last heat of round number 1. So a couple scores on the board here with Louis at 9.88 and James Carew with the 7. Wellington with an 8.80. This heat's now looking a little bit nicer. We've got James Carew here putting some big scores on the board. Contraloop front roll board off from him with a 7. There's also a Contraloop back roll shove it. Crash there for Wellington. So Louis Gossart now, right foot forward. Ooh, just about manages to keep that board, but that's going to be a crash there. James Carew just making it look so easy out there. The contra loop before that he did an 8.43. So he's already 15.43 after his first two moves. As we see here, goes up, back roll, loops the kite. You can see here just going there, looping that kite with that backhand, spotting the landing, and doing some great stuff here with 23.60 now. That's how it's looking. Sorry, no, around the 23 mark. The Australian here looking to try and get another Big Air World title. He actually won the Big Air World title in Tarifa. At the same time was the event where he actually injured himself. So he's back now, an 8.17. So yes, 23.60. Kite loop back roll, shove it there with the 8.17. Wellington Silver there with a back roll rodeo. And the kite loop as well. You can see there, pretty happy with that one. Some good scores coming down now. Sticks the board in between his legs, loops the kite, spots the landing. So Louis now has a back roll tic-tac and a front roll tic-tac already. Back roll, kite loop with an additional back roll, but not able to ride cleanly away. Just going to go and confirm as well those last heat winners who went through to round number 3 from round number 1. Can confirm it was Noah Nicholas who went through. And James Carew here, you can see, goes up, contra loop. I think the takeoff there, unfortunately for James, not what he was hoping for. So Wellington Silver here goes up, nice loop, but not having the height there. Another crash for him. The kite loop back roll rodeo that he did, 5.40. Last heat here of round number 1 for the men, then we're going to go straight into round number 2. James Carew, right foot forward. Oh, unfortunately losing the board. So James does have the highest total heat score so far, and we've only just got halfway through this heat. 29.50, the kite loop, shove it back, board off, 5.90. So Wellington Silver has another score to have as well. Louis Gossart still has room for 2. Wellington here. Tried that last time, unfortunately, again going down. Louis Gossart now, 9.88, so definitely wants to try and get a score on the board here. Here we go. Kite loop, board off. Big butt check. That's going to go down as a crash. James Carew always looks like he rides with so much more power. So the lowest score was that last move that he did, a kite loop, shove it, board off. And he goes up. James Carew there, just about managing to get that board back under. Here we go, watch. You see, loops the kite. And does manage to ride out of that one. That kite loop, shove it, board off. Scores are coming in. Wellington silver now. Trick attempt number 7. Good score coming in for James here. He's going to be up in the 30s, I reckon. Yeah, 30.93, that's 7.33 on that last move for him. It's just giving him a little bit more. Well, I say a little bit more. He's miles ahead now. So having a good start to the event for him, as Wellington Silver's trying it for the 3rd time. And again, the same outcome. So Louis Gossart now. Goes up, kite loop, board off. And again, landing as a crash. So there you go, you can see a live wind speed there as well as James goes in roughly around 20 to 25 knots we've got at the moment. So yeah, not ideal. But it is just having a little bit of a lull. It has been a little bit more windy than that. We've seen upwards of sort of around the 28 knot mark. But it's Brazilian 28 knots. Very different to anywhere in Europe for sure. Trick attempt number 8 coming up next. James Gare having a crash. But he is comfortably in the lead with 30.93. Here we go, Wellington Silver once again going and crashing. The last 4 attempts have been the exact same maneuver. And he has struggled. But he still will have another attempt. Louis Gossart now needs to land this one. Back roll, kite loop, board off. But again, has struggled ever since after trick attempt number 2. First 2 tricks he got dialed down, but then ever since then he has crashed. So blue flag now for James. Coming into your shot now. opting for a left foot forward jump. As you see here, he goes front roll, contra loop board off with a flip as well. A nasty landing. You see here, contra loop, putting on the front hand, flips the board. Smart move there, not putting the board back underneath his feet. And Wellington Silva here, 14.20. That's made up from 3 scores. As we see the replay here. Back roll with a board flip. Playing it sensible and safe here. But it is going to be James who's going to be going through to round 3. So he's not going to have to battle it out in round number 2 because he is that far ahead at the moment. So we know that he's going to be going through to round number 3. Wellington there dropping a score of a 4.5 for a back roll flip. So Louis here going for a front roll board off kite loop. See here, front roll, looping the kite. But yeah, shame there for Louis because a few times he's managed to just land and ride, but just not able to stay on the board. Tough conditions out there at the moment. It's a little bit choppy. I say a little bit, it's pretty choppy. And James there just showing why he's so far ahead at the moment on that 30.93. Landing pretty much the majority of his tricks. And he'll be going into round number 3, the other 2 into round number 2. That will be up next.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, so once conditions have improved a little bit, we're now back up and running for round number 2, heat number 1. Tim Sermon, Logan Moringa, Wellington Silva, and Camille Delamoire. So we just went on a little bit of a holding period there for 20 minutes or so. And we are now back underway with competition. Local time just past 3:30. So we've got probably, I would say, 1 hour 30 left. Hour and a half maximum to be able to carry on competing. So, to remind you, if you've just joined us, it's 9 trick attempts, 4 going to be counting for these riders. And they are jumping in turns. Round number 2 here, so 2 riders that finish in 3rd and 4th position will be leaving the competition. Top 2 in each heat go through to round 3, which will follow shortly. So we have 2 heats in round number 2, and then we go over to round number 3. Sorry, not round number 3, the semi-finals, because it's a 12 ladder. So maybe being able to complete this today, but it all depends on how the conditions fare as we go on into the afternoon. Camille there, waiting for scores to drop from all of our riders. You can see here front rotation. Missing 1 rider's name up the top, I can see. Missing Logan's score. So hopefully next time the scores come, we'll see Logan's score as well, but I can confirm that his back roll board off was around a 3.07. Camille Denimoir's opened up quite nicely with a 4.73. Score's about to drop on your screens above. So Logan here, back roll with a flip of the board. You see there going up. Wellington now silver, right foot forward. So you can see there the scoreboard at the top left hand side, just not quite working at the moment. It's missing one of the riders, and obviously the scores aren't updating either. So for now we'll just keep it off your screen, and I'll keep you up to date with the scores as I have them in front of me now. Ayrton Cozzolino not in this competition. I see one of the comments here in the lives. Not quite sure why, actually. He was down to compete, and then decided that he won't be here in Jericho. Kite loop, board off with a spin. Unlucky there. You can see there frustration for Camille. Got the board off with the loop, and also a lovely little spin there. Nice tic-tac from Camille. We go back to Tim Sermon. Okay, so scores now starting to drop for me, and I can just talk you through. So now we have Logan, and there we have all the scores. Perfect. Big thanks to the guys that are opposite me working hard for this live. I know up and down it has been at times, but hopefully it's now all smooth for you. Tim going for a front roll. Up next, we have Logan. Here we go, front roll. And just not able to land, unfortunately for him. But nice bit of pop here, gets that rotation round. Looks like he takes the board off as well. Wellington now. Using the kickers, right foot forward. Here we go. Gets a nice takeoff. Back roll kite loop. Lovely land as well. He likes it. Enjoying competing at his home spot here. You see back roll with the kite loop. Tucks the balls between his legs. Yanks on the bar. And Camille now. Going right forward. Kite goes to 12. Pops up. Kite loop board off with a tic-tac. And he's landed that one this time. Tim Sermon now, currently in second place. Going for a front roll again with a board off. Bit of a butt check there. We deducted points for that. Losing the board there, Logan. So we'll be crashed out on that one. Blue flags up in the sky, as you can see. Now Wellington starting to engage. Here he goes. Got to act quick though. 40 seconds is how long our riders have to perform each trick. Gets a bit of a kicker. Going for the loop as well, but yeah, not much height at all for Wellington there on that one. Crash for him. Kite loop back roll board off for Wellington previously was a 6.17. The kite loop tic-tac from Camille was a 6.57. There he is, just waiting for his flag to be raised. So 11.5 for Camille. Wellington's in first place with 14.87. So here we go, Camille. He's got to go now because he's tacked around a couple of times. He would definitely be up into the 40-second mark right about now, but he's gone back roll kite loop board off. Waited patiently and got that right wave at the right time. Got a good kicker there. Front roll board off for Tim as well at the start of that last jump. But here he is on your screen, Tim Sermon. Going to be going into round number 3 of the men after this. After round number 2, sorry, we're going to go straight to the semi-finals. You can see there the wind meter got about 20-25 knots. But we only obviously also have 1 day of competition left, which is tomorrow. Promising forecast for tomorrow. It has actually got better. We thought that the best day of competition would be for yesterday. And we did get the really good win yesterday, but it was very late in the day. Didn't allow a lot of time to really capitalise on it. However, the women were able to put on an insane show in yesterday's afternoon. That final was incredible. Today was one of the more lighter days, let's say, on the forecast. I mean, there's always wind in here, Brazil. But tomorrow now looks a little bit better as well. We still have 2 disciplines to finish, which is the men's surfboard, which has actually got underway today. We're still in the early rounds, obviously. And then we have the men's twin tip as well. No plan at the moment for the twin tip riders to come on. Plan of action at the moment is just to finish round number 2. So here we go, Wellington now, first place. Here we go, Wellington now, right foot forward. Missed that one there with the change of the angle of the camera, but it will go down as a crash. So we watch, yep, here we go, front roll, the front shove it as well. Landed nice there from Wellington, freestyle. But obviously this is with the big air judging criteria. Camille somehow managing to stick that one. You see here, goes for the back roll, grabs the boards, back roll, kite loop board off. So Tim Sermon now, trick attempt number 6. Kite loop board off. Here we go, Logan now. Currently in 4th position, just has that 3.92 for the back roll. There we go, back roll with the board flip and the board spin. A nice amount of height there, but unable to land. So that will go down as another crash for Logan. So Wellington now engaging. Here we go, Wellington, right foot forward, pops. Gets that, oh, nasty crash. Initiated that front roll there. Tucked the board between his legs, as we see here. Camille now getting ready to go. But Wellington, unfortunately, going into crash. Camille Delanois, 6.57, a 5.93, and a 3 on the money for the back roll board off they did last manoeuvre. Here we go, back roll with a few spins. So at the moment we're not seeing a lot of height from any of our riders, but you know, I do at the moment the conditions, it is on the lighter side. Logan there, not able to grab the board. That's trick attempt number 7 for him. Tim also with a crash just before. Wellington's going to be up next. So here we go, Wellington. Trying to find a kicker. There he goes, up. Kite loop board off with a board flip, followed by a crash, unfortunately for him. So Camille, next rider to jump. There he is, Camille. Can he stick the ball under his feet? Yes, he can. Okay, so he's going to need that because there's 4 tricks counting. He was missing that 4th trick. Back roll with a tic-tac. Tim there just waiting for his flag to be raised. And just missed that jump there from Tim. Don't think that'll be a crash. As you watch here, he goes and gets a nice kicker actually. Going for a double back roll with the board off. Logan's up next. Really needs to try and get to go to second. He is 10.96 of points away. But it's going to be tough now for Logan after that crash. So crash there for Logan and both for Tim means that we already have the event result, well, the results from this heat now, because they both need to get over at a 10 and they only have 1 trick remaining. So it's going to be Wellington and Camille Delanois that go through here in first round of heat number 2, heat number 1, round number 2. Especially as Wellington as well still has 1 score to be counted. Camille Delanois now. Going up, front roll. Losing the board unfortunately though. Last round of tricks. Tim now for his last trick attempt. Got to act quick. Here we go. Front roll. But yeah, loses the board mid-flight. So crashing out on his last trick, Tim. Be the end of the road there for him. Will also be the end of the road here for Logan, but we'll look to finish on a high here on trick attempt number 9. So turning round, Logan tacking over. Red flag's up, so Logan now has a chance to engage. Here we go. Kite's going up to 12. Goes for the back roll. And just loses the board, similar to Tim as well. So that's the end of the road there for Logan. Wellington silver now. Here we go, Wellington silver. Gets a nice kicker, but unfortunately crashes out. And he's frustrated. You can see the slapping on the water there. Goes front roll, pulling on that bar there, looping the kite. So Camille now has taken the heat and will be joined by Wellington, waiting for his flag to be raised. Doesn't need to push or try anything, as he is already through. So 12, oh, I thought he was going to go then, go right foot forwards. So here we go. Going to get timed out here, Camille. Let's see if he actually goes for a trick or not. Just a double front roll. So there we have it. Heat number 2 of round number 2 happening up next.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Round number 2, heat number 2, Louis Gossart, Gray Foster, Leonardo Casati and Lorenzo Casati. Top 2 will be going through to the semi-finals. So a couple scores now done. Louis Gossart 5.5, 4.53. And then we have the Casati brothers battling it out against each other. Gray Foster there with a front roll flip 5. Double back roll board off for Leonardo Casati and a double back roll board off as well for his brother Lorenzo. So Lorenzo Casati now on the replay there. Back roll with the tic-tac. Lorenzo Casati, here we go, left foot forwards. He's on a 12. So that gives you an idea of the wind at the moment. Going for that front roll rodeo. Back roll, double back roll. Board off, spots the landing nicely. Louis there getting his third trick. Back roll tic-tac before that and a front roll tic-tac make up Louis' scores. So here we go, Gray Foster, right foot forward, using the kickers. Goes up, kite loop board off. Does he manage to keep it together? Just about, I mean it's a huge butt check. Leonardo Casati has a back roll tic-tac of a 4.27 at the moment. Lorenzo now going for his third trick attempt. Kite loop board off with the 12. Louis Gossart going for a front roll, double front roll board off with a board spin. Nice move there from Louis. Board flip there from Gray. Kite loop board off before was a 1.33. Oh, nearly loses it just about. You can see adjusts well to be able to get that board flip in. Casati now back roll, double back roll board off, landing into the wave. On trick attempt number 4 now for Leonardo, sorry, for Lorenzo. Goes up, back roll, board flip, and lands smoothly. So double back roll ball off for Leonardo, 5.53. Back roll with a flip as well for Gray was the 4.70. Here he is now on your screen for trick attempt number 5. Decides doesn't want to use that ramp. So Gray Foster coming in, left foot forward, back roll, board flip, another board flip. But that will be now out, so crash. Kite loop there for Leonardo. That'll be ticking another family for him. Currently in 4th place, but only has 2 scores counting. Gray actually has 3, as does Louis, as does Lorenzo. Lorenzo now, as you can see, going left foot forwards. Decides he won't jump that way, so maybe uses the kicker to the right. Maybe there, Louis just getting in the way of Lorenzo. A little bit of interference, I think. So back roll kite loop with the 12. You can see just how quickly that Harlem kite turns in the bigger sizes. Sort of gets pulled up at the same time. Nice move there from Lorenzo. So Louis there, crashing out on his 6th trick attempt. Here he is, the American. Kite loop board off, but crashes out there, unfortunately for him. Leonardo Casati here riding that 5-strut Harlem kite. I believe that is a prototype as well. As he goes up, back roll. Plenty of board spins there. Very nicely done there from Leonardo, showing a nice technical factor. You can see he gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, and then rides away smoothly. So his brother Lorenzo is going to be up next. So Lorenzo here on the 12. Goes up, front roll, double front roll board off. And has a good looking score at the moment. So Lorenzo and Louis are out in front. Leonardo in 3rd, Gray in 4th. So Louis, 7th trick attempt. He's got 3 left. It's 9 attempts, 4 count. Kite loop board off. So that will give him the 4th trick that he needs. Only needs a 4.16 to go into 1st. Might get it with that. Be pretty tight, but it's going to be around those figures. So Gray Foster now, trick attempt number 7. Back roll kite loop into a crash. So Leonardo now, front roll, double front roll with a rodeo. Green flag goes up now for Lorenzo. Seventh trick attempt. Here he goes. Double front roll. Slightly heavy on the landing there, but comes and rides away smoothly as we watch this one, the replay. Front roll here, tucks the board between the legs. Only the single front roll, but he does a little tic-tac there on his way down. So 2 rounds of tricks left. And then it looks likely that it could start going back with the AP maybe afterwards and just waiting for conditions to get better for the semi-finals, because then after this we'll just have the semi-finals of the men's twin tip and the men's surfboard left, and that'll be it. And obviously we would like to have much better conditions for that. So Gray Foster up next, going for the loop. That'll be another crash for him. Quite a few crashes going on. Obviously they don't have straps on their board, so already it's a bit more challenging, especially on the maneuvers like the kite loops when they're gaining more height. Got to take the board off, hold it with the other hand. Right, Leonardo pops up for a back roll kite loop and lands it nicely there. So that'll be the 4th trick attempt that he has that will count towards his score. And then Lorenzo Casati is going to be up next. Has a bang on a 6 for a front roll rodeo on the last move. He's going right foot forward. Nice score coming in here for Leonardo. And then it's going to be left foot forward. Here he goes, back roll, but loses out on the boards. So going into the last round of tricks now. So last round of tricks now. Louis Gossart currently in 2nd place. But that's going to be a crash, so he'll remain in 2nd place for the time being. Gray Foster here. Last, he needs a 11.20, so actually Gray cannot get through. So this will just be for pleasure, I guess. Good ramp though, back roll with the kite loop as well. Showing good technical maneuvers there. As you see here, he goes up. Lovely start there, pulling on that backhand. Unfortunately, just slightly over-rotates. And we see here Casati with a kite loop board off. Just about, oh no. Leonardo's missed out there, so he's going to be knocked out of the competition as well. So it's going to be Lorenzo and Louis that make it through here for round number 2, heat number 2. So last trick now for Lorenzo. Back roll with a board flip, 2 board flips. Just about tucks that board underneath his feet right at the end. So it's going to be Lorenzo and Louis that are the riders that go through into the semi-finals. And we will find out now if we plan to continue or we plan to go back on hold. I do believe, though, we will go back on hold and wait for conditions to improve for the semi-finals.
my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, everyone, so that is the end of the day now. Obviously, conditions haven't improved, so we are going to be going and finishing the day back tomorrow for the final day where we'll be doing men's semi-finals of surfboard and twin tip. First possible start is 10 a.m. local time, so we look forward to seeing you then.
I just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.